welcome to the ASEAN Secretariat, your safety and security.
Thank you for your attention, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen. Today we will focus on mainstreaming frameworks, practical experience from planning agencies and ASEAN centers, as well as have group discussion to identify pathways for embedding the ASCC strategic plan in the regional, national, and local development processes. We also invite all of you to visit our ASCC strategic plan exhibition at the lobby of this building to know the priorities and shared responsibilities that will support the implementation of this strategic plan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the program for day 3. Good morning, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly invite the participants who are sitting on the back to kindly move forward to fill in the empty seats. We promise you will have a better view on the front. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the second regional forum on the ASCC strategic plan, mainstreaming the strategic plan into regional, national, and local development plans. Welcome back and good morning. May I kindly invite everyone to take your seats, and for participants joining online, and surprisingly, we have almost 100 participants joining online through YouTube and through the Zoom. For the participant joining online, please keep your microphone mute and please use the chat box if you have any technical issues or if you want to ask something. Before we commence the activity, we would like to share a safety induction video as part of our safety protocol.
Welcome to the ASEAN Secretariat. Your safety and security are our top priorities. Please allow us to guide you through the building safety procedures in this video. Please pay close attention to all the instructions. The ASEAN Secretariat building is equipped with fire systems including public announcement systems, smoke detectors, heat detectors, fire extinguishers, fire hydrants, emergency exits, and emergency elevators. In case of emergency alarm situations, please stay calm and keep alert. In a fire emergency, follow our team's guidance to the assembly point in front of the ASEC Heritage Building flagpoles. In case of an earthquake, do not run outside. Take cover under a table until the shaking stops. Please stay away from windows and glasses. If you are instructed to leave the building, please remain calm. Follow the exit signs above your head and use the emergency stairs. Our security team will assist those needing special assistance to exit the building through the emergency elevators. Once outside, please wait for security clearance before re-entering the building. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. We wish you a successful meeting and a pleasant visit to the ASEAN Secretariat.
Thank you, Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. Today, we will focus on the mainstreaming frameworks, practical experience from planning agencies and ASEAN centers, as well as group discussion to identify pathways for embedding the ASCC strategic plan in the regional, national, and local development processes. But before we start, we would like to invite all of you to visit the ASCC strategic plan exhibition at the lobby of this building to know more about the priorities and shared responsibilities that will support the implementation of the strategic plan. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the program for Day 3. To open the session, may I invite Ad Hoc Working Group Co-Chairs Philippines, Ms. Hannah, to present the objectives and proposed output for today's discussion. Ms. Hannah, the floor is yours.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and partners, both here and online. Welcome to the second day of our regional workshop. In the past few days, our discussion laid a strong foundation. We reflected on the evolution of the ASCC strategic plan as well as the Community Vision 2045, explored the rationale behind the cross-pillar strategic measures, and learned from the experiences of ASEAN member states in translating regional commitments into national policies. During the discussions, several common messages emerged: the importance of policy coherence, strong institutional coordination, whole-of-government and whole-of-society approaches, sustainable financing, robust monitoring and evaluation, and ensuring that implementation ultimately delivers meaningful outcomes for our people. Today's discussion, however, is different. If the past few days were about understanding why cross-pillar mainstreaming matters and what institutional arrangements have worked, today is about the how we can make mainstreaming happen in a practical, systematic, and sustainable way. Our focus shifts from exchanging experiences to co-creating a mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan, one that moves beyond aspirations and provides practical guidance for embedding ASEAN priorities into national legislations, development planning, sectoral programs, institutional processes, and partnerships. To help us achieve this, today's program combines a panel discussion with a collaborative breakout workshop. After hearing insights from our workshop, participants will work in stakeholder-based groups representing national planning agencies, the ASEAN centers and entities, CSOs and think tanks, and online participants. These breakout discussions are designed to move from ideas to action. The recommendations from these groups will form an important contribution toward shaping a practical and implementable mainstreaming framework. That is also why today's panel brings together a broader set of actors. Mainstreaming cannot be achieved by sectoral bodies alone. It requires the collective efforts of parliaments that enacts enabling legislation, national planning agencies that integrate the ASEAN priorities into development plans, the ASEAN centers that provide the technical expertise and knowledge, and development partners and institutions that help translate regional commitments into action on the ground. Together, these stakeholders represent the ecosystem needed to transform regional aspirations into national and local realities. By the end of today's discussions, we hope to identify the essential building blocks of a practical mainstreaming framework and partnerships that will support the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan. More importantly, we aim to develop actionable recommendations that will help us adopt and ensure that the Vision 2045 is not only reflected on our plans, but also felt in the lives of the people and communities we serve. So with that, I now turn over the floor to the ASEAN Secretariat to introduce the moderator for the panel discussion.
Thank you, distinguished co-chairs, for framing today's plenary session and breakout session. Please, one more time, give Ms. Hannah a big warm round of applause. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, now we proceed to the next agenda, mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan. Without further ado, we will have Ms. Marlene de Ramirez, Secretary General of the Asian Partnership for the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas, ASCC. Welcome, Ms. Ramirez. Ms. Ramirez is the Secretary General for ASCC since 1999. With decades of experience in rural development, poverty eradication, civil society engagement, strategic partnership, and policy advocacy, she has played a key role in strengthening regional cooperation and farmers' organization across Asia. She has represented ASCC in various regional and international platforms, and she also contributed to the ASEAN Rural Development and Poverty Eradication Framework Action Plan 2011-2015 and the midterm review for the ASCC Blueprint in 2013. Ms. Marlene, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much and good morning to everyone. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat. So thank you, Hannah, for the context setting and recalling to us what we heard, key messages yesterday. So our session this morning, as Ms. Hannah explained, is aimed at supporting the development of a practical mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan. So it hopes to bring together perspective from parliamentary agents, from parliamentary cooperation, national planning agencies, ASEAN centers, and sustainable development institutions to identify how regional priorities can be translated into national laws, policies, development plans, sectoral programs, and institutional cooperation mechanisms. So please allow me to welcome and introduce our solid panel of speakers. First, from the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, we'd like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Chem Widya, Secretary General of IPA, who has assumed office on the 1st January 2026, a distinguished Cambodian diplomat and statesman. He brings over 4 decades of experience in foreign affairs, regional cooperation, parliamentary diplomacy, and multilateral engagement. Dr. Widya previously served as Senator of the Kingdom of Cambodia and held senior positions in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, including Secretary of State and Secretary General. He has represented Cambodia as ambassador to several countries and as permanent representative to the United Nations in New York. His distinguished service has earned him national and international honors, reflecting his lifelong commitment to regional dialogue, parliamentary cooperation, and international understanding. So a warm round of applause to our IPA Secretary General. Thank you, sir. Then we have representative from national planning agencies from the Philippines and from Malaysia and the Philippines. Please allow me to welcome here on stage Dr. Azral Izwan Mazlan, Deputy Director, Environmental and National Resources Division, Ministry of Economy, Malaysia. Dr. Mazlan holds a PhD in Development Studies from King's College London. He's also certified as a GIR sustainability professional and the world's most widely used framework for environmental, social, and governance and sustainability reporting. He currently serves as Deputy Director at the Environmental and Natural Resources Division of the Ministry of Economy, Malaysia, overseeing CCUS and SDG initiatives. With extensive experience in public service, Dr. Azral has contributed significantly to policymaking in development economics, natural resources economics, and the SDGs within the national context. So once again, a round of applause to our speaker from Malaysia. And Her Excellency Rosemary G. Edilion, Undersecretary, Department of Economy, Planning and Development, and Chair of the Subcommittee on SDGs Philippines, Ms. Edilion is the Undersecretary of the Department of the Economy, Planning and Development, Policy and Planning Group. She holds a PhD in Economics from La Trobe University, an MA in Economics from the University of the Philippines School of Economics, and an MS in Statistics from the UP School of Statistics. She is also a 2019 Presidential Gawad CES awardee. Undersecretary Idilion plays a central role in the formulation, coordination, financing, and monitoring of the Philippine Development Plan. She also provides technical policy advice to the legislative and executive branches, chairs key national technical boards, and contributes to operationalizing the ASCC strategic plan in the Philippines through her work on social development planning and policy coordination. So, a round of applause to Ma'am Edilion. Now, let's welcome our speakers from ASEAN Centers. We have Dr. Jerome Montemayor, Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. Dr. Jerome leads the center in facilitating regional cooperation and coordination on biodiversity conservation, ensuring the sustainable management, use, and equitable sharing of benefits for the well-being of people. With over 30 years of experience as development professional, Dr. Montemayor has been actively involved in social development work, improving the quality of public education, sustainable development, conservation management, and climate action initiatives in the Philippines and Asia. Before joining the ACB, he served as Executive Director of the Foundation for the Philippine Environment, the first grant-making organization for civil society environmental initiatives in the Philippines. Dr. Montemayor was also the lead facilitator in drafting the Philippine National Action Plan on Peatlands 2025 to 2040. He also served as country coordinator for the Philippines for People for Peat, or the EU Sustainable Use of Peatland and Haze Mitigation in ASEAN. In this capacity, he oversaw the implementation of the People for Peat Business Hub and the Peat Ranger program in the Philippines. And last but not the least, Ms. Pasporn Sangasubana, Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue. Ms. Sangasubana is a seasoned Thai diplomat with nearly 4 decades of distinguished service in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. She holds a bachelor's degree in political science from Sophia University, Tokyo, and a master's degree in international affairs from Ohio University, USA. Throughout her career, she has held a wide range of positions spanning ASEAN affairs, multilateral diplomacy, and regional cooperation, including as Director of the ASEAN One Division, Deputy Director General of the Department of ASEAN Affairs, and Ambassador Permanent Representative of Thailand to ASEAN in Jakarta 2017 to 2021, where she served concurrently as Chair of the Committee of Permanent Representatives to ASEAN, Chair of the ASEAN Connectivity Coordinating Committee, and Chair of the ASEAN Advisory Board of the ASEAN Institute for Peace and Reconciliation. She also supported Thailand's chairmanship of ASEAN on multiple occasions. So since April, Ms. Pasporn has served as Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue. So a warm round of applause to Ms. Pasporn. Thank you very much. Now, I join our distinguished panelists. Without much ado, let us hear our first speaker from AIPA. Each of the speaker has 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, honorable co-chairs of the ad hoc working group, Ms. Hannah Gire-Garcido and Ms. Seo Lin Liu, distinguished senior officials of the ASEAN member states, distinguished representatives of ASEAN sectoral bodies, dialogue partners, national planning agencies, ASEAN centers, and entities, civil society organizations, think tanks, and research institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is my distinct pleasure to be able to join you today at this second regional forum on the ASEAN's Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan. Allow me, in my capacity as Secretary General of the ASEAN Interparliamentary Assembly, in short AIPA, to express my sincere appreciation to the ASEAN Secretariat, particularly to the ASCC Monitoring Division, for convening this important regional forum. AIPA was privileged to participate in the first regional forum in Kuala Lumpur last year. The forum allowed us collectively to shape the ASCC strategic plan. Today, we have reached another important milestone in our collective journey. This forum moves our discussion from strategy to implementation. It provides an important platform to exchange experiences, strengthen institutional coordination, and collectively develop a practical framework for mainstreaming the ASCC strategic plan into regional, national, and local development processes. As one of the key instruments supporting the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan provides a common framework for translating our shared regional aspirations into meaningful action that improves the well-being of the peoples of ASEAN. Regional aspirations become meaningful only when they are translated into national legislation, development plans, public policies, and institutional practices that improve the lives of the peoples of ASEAN. From AIPA's perspective, meaningful mainstreaming begins when regional priorities cease to be viewed as external commitments and become national priorities shared across government institutions, parliaments, and society. This is precisely where parliaments have a distinct contribution to make. Governments negotiate regional commitments. National planning agencies integrate them into development priorities, while ASEAN sectoral bodies and ASEAN centers provide policy guidance and technical expertise. Parliaments complement these efforts by providing the legislative foundation for implementation. Through legislation, they translate regional priorities into domestic legal frameworks. Through their budgetary authority, they ensure that sufficient resources are allocated to support implementation. Through their representative and oversight functions, they help ensure that commitments are effectively translated into national action and tangible outcomes for our citizens. Mainstreaming, therefore, is not simply about aligning policies. It is about creating a seamless continuum from regional vision to national legislation, from national planning to implementation, and from implementation to tangible benefits for our people. The accountability to the people we represent guides our actions and confers at the same time our legitimacy, because as you know, the parliaments, they are accountable to the people. AIPA's experience demonstrates that mainstreaming is most effective when supported by dedicated parliamentary mechanisms. Through the AIPA General Assembly and 5 standing committees, member parliaments adopt resolutions that complement ASEAN priorities across the socio-cultural pillar. Through the AIPA Caucus, which serves as a mid-year review on the implementation of AIPA resolutions, and AIPA Link, which serves as our digital legislative monitoring platform, we encourage member parliaments to exchange experiences, monitor legislative progress, and strengthen accountability in implementing parliamentary commitments. These mechanisms also enable member parliaments to share good practices, recognizing that mutual learning remains essential for effective implementation across ASEAN. Through the Women Parliamentarians of AIPA, called WAIPA, member parliaments advance legislative initiatives that promote gender equality, women's empowerment, and inclusive participation. Through the Young Parliamentarians of AIPA, called YPA, we encourage greater youth engagement in policy making and strengthen legislative attention to issues affecting future generations. Meanwhile, the IPA Advisory Council on Dangerous Drugs, or IPA COD, provides sustained parliamentary cooperation in addressing one of our region's long-standing transnational challenges. Collectively, these mechanisms contribute to advancing the ASCC strategic plan's priorities and of inclusivity, human development, and resilient communities. They demonstrate that effective mainstreaming requires sustained legislative engagement, institutional cooperation, and local ownership. No single institution can mainstream the ASCC strategic plan on its own. Each institution brings a different comparative advantage, and none can succeed in isolation. Meaningful mainstreaming needs a whole of community approach that brings together governments, parliaments, ASEAN institutions, civil society, academia, and other stakeholders in a joint effort to realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 from planning and legislation to implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. Such collaboration is essential to avoid fragmented implementation and to ensure that the aspirations of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 are pursued in a coherent and mutually reinforcing manner. This is our challenge. Drawing from IPA's experience, an effective mainstreaming framework rests upon 4 mutually reinforcing elements. First, national ownership, whereby regional priorities are integrated into legislation, development plans, and public policies. Second, institutional coordination, enabling governments, parliaments, and ASEAN institutions to work together from the outset rather than in isolation. Third, monitoring and accountability, ensuring that implementation is regularly assessed, lessons are shared, and progress is continuously improved. Finally, fourth, people-centered participation. Through initiatives such as the IPA Roadshow and IPA Cast, IPA seeks to strengthen public understanding of ASEAN because regional commitments become sustainable only when they are understood, supported, and ultimately owned by the people they are intended to serve. These 4 elements provide a practical pathway for translating the ASCC strategic plan into coherent legislation, development planning, institutional cooperation, and measurable outcomes. The ASEAN Community Vision 2045 provides our common destination, while the ASCC strategic plan provides an important pathway. Parliamentary engagement is not an additional component of that framework. It is an integral part of it. Together with ASEAN member states, ASEAN parliaments serve the common good, which is the ASEAN community. IPA keeps then ready to contribute the parliamentary perspective to this collective effort, particularly in strengthening the legislative, budgetary, and oversight dimensions of implementation. The ultimate goal of IPA, to which ASEAN has subscribed to, is the attainment of a people-oriented and people-centered community where no one is left behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Widya, and thank you for highlighting the role of Parliament and legislative processes in supporting the implementation of the regional commitments. Very important, the 4 points that you mentioned towards the end of your message about the importance of being translated into national policies, institutional coordination, monitoring and accountability, and people-centered participation. I think these are important pointers for us as we look at the mainstreaming framework, no? And very important, when you started about the importance of ownership at the national level, that it should not be seen as an external requirement, but rather as an integration or part of its national strategy. So thank you very much. Now may we call on our second speaker, Dr. Jerome. Sorry. So- Dr. Mazlan, thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to ASEAN Secretariat for inviting us from Ministry of Economy to participate in the second regional forum for ASCC strategic plan. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to my colleagues from Ministry of Tourism Malaysia, the focal point for ASCC, as well as the representative from ASEAN Permanent Rep from Malaysia. I've just learned this morning, it's good morning, Mingga Laba. Dader Dia is from Timor-Leste, selamat pagi. But I've learned from Filipino, I'm sorry. Sorry, Carmen. As for ASEAN centers and entities, planning agencies, government ministries, as well as civil society organization, who is part of this forum this morning. My name is Azral from Ministry of Economy. So can we move to the next slide, please? So today, I'll be sharing part of our experiences as the focal point for national. This presentation represents our commitment and passion for better cooperation across the ASEAN region and with its member states. So this session aims to explain how the national planning system can incorporate regional commitments, align them with domestic priorities, as well as support implementation across this. In the next slide, I've mentioned here there is a national development policy design is driven by localized priorities while supporting shared regional visions and global development goals. What you can see in the center of the slide is the national policies or national framework. In Malaysia, we do have this economy Madani framework as Malaysia's comprehensive 10-year economic policy launched to restructure the nation's economy and improve the quality of life. It's a policy framework developed by economists, planners, as well as civil servants by involvement of the citizens or the rakyat. And the next, under the, sorry, we can go back to the previous slide, sorry. There is RMK 13. RMK 13 is in Malay Rancangan Malaysia ke-13 or the 13 Malaysia Plan. The 13 Malaysia Plan provides the direction for the nation in achieving aspiration, the economy Madani, as well as it has 4 pillars, namely advancing economic complexity, enhancing social mobility, accelerating the implementation of the public service reform agenda, as well as enhancing well-being of the rakyat and environmental sustainability. So I just wanted to introduce, this is basically our national development policy or the frameworks. So how does it link to the regional framework as well as the global framework? So at the regional framework, we do have ASEAN Social Cultural Community Strategic Plan. This is what the focus of this forum. Apart from ASCC strategic plan, there are many other strategic plans, there are many other frameworks at the regional level. And as well as there are also a global framework, which is SDG. If you can see in the previous slide, sorry, there is a SDG which encompasses the global target for more sustainable development across 17 goals encompassing economic, social, environmental objectives. What you can see here, there is an arrow from the national to regional, as well as from the national to the global. So, meaning to say, we can come out with lots of framework policies at regional level, but we have to understand there is some priorities at the national levels, as well as there are also commitment to the global level policy framework. So that is the policy design what we have today. So in the next slide, so basically what I've learned from the past 2 days, that we have a considerable amount of work that has been dedicated to outlining, finalizing, promoting the ASCC strategy plan. In fact, I've heard from a representative, a madam from Vietnam yesterday, that we had like 100 over meetings just to finalize the strategic plan or to come up with a refined document for us as an objective to be shared among AMS. So what is basically, how I want to frame this presentation is basically there are three puzzles, but the puzzles is, if I can mention from Datuk Seri Town Planner Maimunah yesterday, is the last mile of ASEAN integration is local, to localize all the agendas. It's not about at the national level or at regional level, but also how we can localize the agenda. And second also, Mr. Yung also, because people don't experience ASEAN in documents, they experience it in daily life. It's a very strong message here. So how can we see there are so many policy frameworks, there are only a considerable amount of people how to, to achieve it. So there are three concepts here. So there are multi-layer policy design coming from the global to the regional to the national to the subnational to the local level. So how can multi-level institution work together to ensure policy coherence and avoid fragmented or redundancy implementation out of the regional framework? Second is about the capacity. Do we have the policy capacity here? Do we have the technical capacity, operational capacity, financial capacity? So how basically, in our experience from Malaysia, Ministry of Economy, as the NDA, National Development Agency, make the mainstreaming of the ASCC strategy plan to be more meaningful. I would like to note that it's not only ASCC to be, strategy plan to be mainstreaming, there are lots of other agendas as well. There is a gender mainstreaming, there's a youth mainstreaming, there's SDG mainstreaming in the policy framework. So we have to consider that as well. And last but not least, there is one thing is policy design capacity. It should be how the SCC strategic plan may benefit from the actual case study for a practical yet effective strategy for mainstreaming policy framework. So towards the end of this presentation, I'll share some of the experience or actual cases, how basically, or recommendation from Malaysia experience that how basically ASEAN Secretariat can benefits from our experience. So in the next slide. So in the scope one, it's basically asking of how can multi-level institution works together. So divided into two sections. First is from national policy design. This is about policy design, RMK13. And second is about from the global policy design for SDG. Okay, our experience in coming out with our document is involve a whole of nation approach with clear accountability. It means what? It involves across 30 over ministries, it involves lots of agencies, state governments, CSO, NGO, citizens, engagement with them. So this is how we do the coming up with the pillars, coming out with the strategy, coming up with the initiative in our National Development Plan. It covers across 5 years. So for RMK13 is from 2026 to 2030. And the design has survived since its first publication in 1950. So since then, Malaysia has at least 27 planning documents, this 5 years documenting parliament. What I'm saying to suggest here is basically it needs time. We can come out with a policy document, ASCC can come out with the strategic plan, but it needs time to mature. So give some time for the document policy to mature and to be accepted, well accepted at the national and local level. We can expect to come out with a policy document today and the next day will be well accepted by all the members. So that is a time frame needed. So that is one thing to consider. Second, from the global policy design perspective. So as a nation, member state, Malaysia pledges to meet Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development since 2015. So since then, we are committed to do some reporting. Every 4 years, we'll present our voluntary national review to the United Nations. And this is, although the planning or the coming out of the policy, coming out from the top-down discussion, not involved very much at the local level, but we commit to present what is happening in Malaysia so that everyone can share or can review what is best for each country. The good thing about SDG is, it's not about you adopt the whole document. It's about picking up which one is relevant to your country. So out of the 17 goals, out of the 254 in the strategic, targets as well as indicators, so you have to selectively choose which one is relevant to the country. So same goes to ASCC strategic plan document. We can have a common understanding of the document, but do we at the national or local level, do they need everything? So they have to pick and choose which is relevant, which is their priority. So that is about the policy design. So the second slide is about how does Ministry of Economy make the mainstream of ASCC strategy to be more meaningful. So basically, this is the experience from coming up with the RMK 13. It has a clear policy cycle structure from planning to evaluation. I'm talking about the RMK 13. We have done when the cabinet minister agreed to publish the document in 2025. So I think the work has been started since early 2024. Lots of discussion, engagement, everything coming out then presented and then have to be reviewed and then finally presented, accepted and approved at the cabinet level. So that involves lots of engagement, which I believe strategic plan from ASCC also has done the similar thing. Second, even though the policy process is about capacity, again, is led by Ministry of Economy, so does the budgeting process. It comes with the authority, the power, autonomy to allocate development budget. So that explains how actually this development project being financed. Second, from global policy capacity, at Malaysia, in the Malaysia level, while federal government plays a more dominant role in the SDG, however, it works together with state governments. We can't do it alone. I think that is the mantra has been mentioned for the past few days. And SDG implementation are financially supported via various sources. We don't rely only on government funding, but also from the trust, from the international donors. So that is where I think ASCC strategic plan can replicate in terms of how to execute the the target or strategic goals of ASCC. In the next slide is basically showing you how the structure of SDG implementation in Malaysia, and we should require a strong government mechanism. The red box is basically the National SDG Council chaired by the Prime Minister. It comes from the bottom up to the SDG Technical, SDG Strong Committee, and we do have, this structure is not carved in stone. I mean, from time to time, if you need to do more, adjustment, please do so. This goes as well to SCC strategic plan. We don't rely only on this one. Maybe after some time, after 1 year of this strategic plan, you see the governance mechanism is not effective enough. So make some changes, do some changes, it's very dynamic, so that you can achieve what have been outlined in the strategic plan. In the next slide is our recommendation, how basically ASCC strategy plan may benefit from an actual case study, from a practically effective strategy. From our experience in coming up with RMK 13, so we have this mapping. We do mapping with SDG, because that way we have now. So we do from strategy, from the initiative of the RMK 13, we do map every projects, every one. So this will contribute to goals 1, 2, 3, 4, not only at goals level. Initially we do that at the goals level. However, after some time, we feel this is not effective one. I mean, this is not translated into a better achievement of SDG performance of Malaysia. So we do mapping to the targets as well as indicators. So there are some lacking in the indicators, so we should focus more into that indicator so that we achieve SDG by 2030. So that's the mapping is important. Second, from the global policy design capacity of SDGs, what we are suggesting is to do budget tagging. SDG and RMK 13, there is a budget tagging, which any amount of funding coming from the government as well, so it will contribute to certain or specific SDG. So from strategic plan of SCC, I think we should do that at the national level, so we can see how much or where is the lacking, where is the gap in terms of financing. There are certain strategic goals. There are 12 strategic goals of SCC, so which one is need more funding or financing? And the last two slides is basically, the next slide is basically how we see the framework. This is very colorful figures coming out from SDG, from our RMK, as well as from ASCC. Again, this is not the only one policy document at regional level. So the strategic plan, it comes with other document, common statement, everything from ASEAN at regional level. So we have to consider that as well, and how basically we can align it to the national as well as the global level. I just want to share you a few slides where we do some mapping here. So can you go to the next slides? This is from strategic goal. If you do have the ASCC strategic plan in front of you, go to strategic goal 1.1.3. There is inclusive access to quality digital learning and TVET. Basically, they are in our document as well, and there is also in SDG. So do the mapping, identify which one is more important for you. So we resolve lots of things. We go to the next slide, please. Strategic goal 8, about promote the role and participation of ASEAN youth. Again, their alignment with SDGs, 4.4, 8.3, this is target level. And also they are also mentioned in our document. We do have at national level a policy document for that as well. So in terms of, we have been doing this concurrently while achieving multi-pronged objective. The next slide is strategic goal 12, accelerated biodiversity. Again, this is everywhere. So there is alignment there, so don't have to be worried. We can have the strategic plan that has been implemented earlier through other level commitment. And the last, I think this will be the last slide. So this is the key message. There are three key messages. First, policy design capacity. We can build a policy, we can come up with a policy, but look also at the capacity, how we can deliver it as one of the mainstreaming channel, as well as national priorities are driven by locals for the locals. So at any discussion, national priorities is the most important thing. So when it comes to the regional policy, how basically they can fit into that. And last but not least is budget taking for multi-pronged objective. By doing one project, we can achieve the national priorities, we can meet our ASEAN ASCC strategic plan, as well as we can achieve our SDG goals. With that, I thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mazlan. We started with highlighting the importance of a national planning system in translating regional commitments into concrete, tangible actions. And thank you for sharing the considerable amount of work done by your country linked to the ASCC strategic plan implementation. Now, I took note of those three important steps, no? The multi-layer policy design, the policy capacity, and policy design work, where the mainstreaming of the ASCC, the importance of having a clear policy structure that also embeds accountability. And I think this is an important consideration for us to see how we can be more accountable in as far as our commitments at the regional level is concerned. So thank you very much for that. Now we hear our speaker from the Philippines, Madam Rosemary Edelion. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. And also my thanks to the organizer, to the ASEAN Secretariat, and to the government of Japan for sponsoring this initiative. So, so allow me to contribute a bit to this discussion on mainstreaming this regional agenda into our national development plans. Actually, can you go back, please? Yes. So actually, many of the some of the insights that I'll be discussing have been touched on a bit by our colleague from Malaysia, possibly because we come from, we're both development planners. So anyway, next slide, please. So our concern now is about mainstreaming, and let me just cut it down into bite pieces. So it's about an ASEAN. Next slide, please. the ASEAN, it's social-cultural, next slide, next, community, long-term vision. I know there is a strategic plan, but when I looked at the strategic plan, you also talked about the goals, the objectives, and I'm just focusing on the goals, which together actually make up a plan. And then we want to mainstream this into the Philippine Development Plan, for instance. And so, what do we see here? There is a non-coincidence in terms of the scope. Obviously, one is regional, the other is national, country level. The other is a dimension, socio-cultural, whereas in the case of the Philippine Development Plan, is the entire development. In terms of duration, one is long-term, the other one is medium-term, 6 years. And then with respect to specificity, meaning one is a vision, the other is a plan. Of course, there's a lot of differences that we have to grapple with when you talk about mainstreaming. Now, in the case of the Philippines, while we do have the Philippine Development Plan, we also have a long-term vision, and I will be tackling more about that. What we call the ambition natin 2040, or our long-term vision going into 2040. Next slide, please. So, in mainstreaming, we are guided by these 3 principles: coherence, complementarity, and then practicality. So first, does it fit well with our overall priorities, development priorities? Second, are there complementarities that we can maximize, as mentioned already by our friend from Malaysia? And then the strategies themselves, are they practical? Next. So I'd like to kind of synthesize these insights into 4 good practices that we have been practicing as well in the Philippines. The first one is the systematic mapping, already illustrated also by our friend from Malaysia. The second one is the strong institutional tie-ups, which in this case will actually transcend boundaries of countries. And then the third one is about planning, budgeting, and implementation linkages. And the fourth one is about results-based monitoring and evaluation. Next, please. So with respect to mapping, a systematic mapping, and this is really so that we can know actually which ones are complementary, which ones are coherent to our own development plan, and then which one will require more advocacy or more consensus building. So what I have here is the long-term vision for the Philippines, where we have determined that the long-term aspiration of Filipino families for themselves and for their families are, firstly, to have a strongly rooted family and community ties. That's the first one. The second one is a prosperous life, comfortable lifestyle. And the third one is they want to look forward to a secure future. Next, please. So, going into the mapping, going into this systematic mapping. Next, please. So I have here the 12 goals of the ASCC, but I was only able to map out 9 of them. So what this means is that for this 9, they actually align very directly with our own priorities. And for all these priorities in our long-term vision, we have the corresponding strategies already included in our Philippine Development Plan, complete with investments, with budgets, etc., etc. What is missing out here, what are not quite, in any of these 3 buckets or these 3 goals. These are those goals in the ASCC that have to do with ASEAN-centered goals. So first is a shared ASEAN identity. The second one is having an interconnected ASEAN. And the third one is ASEAN being an epicenter of growth and innovation. But what we can do, actually what this means is that we need to build a constituency for these 3 goals, so that individual member states, ASEAN member states, will be able to own this as well. So we're looking at coherence again, complementarity, and then practicality of adapting these goals into each country's development plans. Next slide, please. So we're talking about institutional tie-ups here. So it's not just tie-ups amongst the agencies in the country, but it's also across the different ASEAN member states. And so we're talking about, like I said, we have 9 goals of the ASCC that are already included in our development plan. And I think if you look at the other development plans, there will be a lot more. Well, probably also 9, probably even more than that. And so for this one, what we just need to do is, carry out our own development plans. And we are already addressing the 9 goals of the ASCC. But we want to be doing it under the banner of ASEAN. Next, please. And so for this institutional tie-ups, our focus is really about having that shared identity that as we implement all those strategies that address the 9 goals, plus some more, it will be under the banner of the ASEAN. It will be towards having an interconnected ASEAN. And it also, again, under the banner of having pursuing growth, economic growth, yes, and being an innovative ASEAN, being an epicenter really of growth, economic growth, and innovation. Next, please. For the third part, it's really about having these linkages between the planning, the budgeting, and the implementation. They should not stay as documents, they should not stay as plans, strategic plans. No matter how good the plans are, they have to be, there has to be that corresponding investment program and the budget for that. In the case of the Philippines, another companion document of the Philippine Development Plan is the Public Investment Program. Corresponding to its chapter of the PDP, we have there, we enumerate the different investment programs. We're talking about programs, activities, and projects that have to be implemented so that we meet the goals that we have set out in the Philippine Development Plan. And then, of course, there has to be that linkage as well with respect to the budget. And then some of the initiatives will have to be done using public-private partnerships, and that one is also included. That's also identified in our public investment program. And then for those programs that actually require interagency collaboration, then we come up with what we call a program convergence budget. So again, it's a programmatic way of investment where each agency actually work towards maximizing, again, the complementarities. So with respect to the ASEAN, there's also one thing that we can talk about. Next slide, please. And then for the good practice 4, it's really about results-based monitoring and evaluation. Again, this is the third companion document of the Philippine Development Plan, the results matrices. In the PDP itself, we have what we call the headline indicators, which is what the indicators that we are monitoring for the entire Philippine Development Plan. You have the economic growth, the inflation, employment, and poverty. And then for each chapter in the PDP, we have what we call core indicators. But what we do as well is for each of the PAPs that we have identified in the public investment program, we have the different results indicators included in these results matrices because we want all of this monitored. We want to make sure that we are able to implement actually what we said we would. And then we also have regional project monitoring and evaluation system. And these are really for those projects that are being done at the level of the regions and not at the national level. And then we also have a national evaluation policy framework. And this one is more to do with impact evaluation. This one has to do with all those long-standing programs of government that have been that are being implemented, and we want to make sure that we are doing the right thing and we are doing things right. And so we need an impact evaluation. We actually list out as well all those programs that have been there for a very long time in our government budget. And it doesn't seem to be producing the results we want, and therefore we need to come up with a very comprehensive monitoring and evaluation. Next slide, please. So, what are the ways forward that we could suggest for this mainstreaming? First of all, we really need to deepen our integration into this national development plans, the ASCC into the national development plans. Actually, the founders of the ASEAN had the right thing in mind when they actually established many of these ASEAN centers where they have, you have a center for research in agriculture in the Philippines. You have a center for education. You know, in all of this ASEAN member states, you have an ASEAN center. And the interest really is so that we could learn from each other and we could get to know each other. Yes, we have how many meetings every year, but that's also how we get to know each other and how we integrate into each other's development plans and also the development story. The second one is we need to strengthen ASEAN peer learning. So again, we need to go back to, like I said, this have been in the plans of the founders of ASEAN from the get-go. So we can go back and strengthen that as well. And then, of course, localizing the ASCC. I understand that there is an oversight committee here for the ASCC, and this one has to be, there has to be a follow-through looking at the different ASEAN member states and how they are able to localize this. And then, of course, investing in data and statistical systems. Take note that there are 3 goals in the ASCC which are not actually, do not have a direct correspondence with our national development plans. The shared ASEAN identity, the interconnected ASEAN, and ASEAN as an epicenter for economic growth and innovation. We need to invest in this ASEAN level, ASEAN-centric indicators. And so I think that is the way to go so that we can really mainstream this regional agenda into each of our national development plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rosemary. Being a Filipino, I am very happy to hear how we are trying to integrate our regional aspirations with national priorities, and the way you explain the 9 goals, and it will be very interesting to see up to the implementation level, no? And also I wish to highlight the importance of your recommendations of deepening the integration, the peer learning, and collaboration, the localizing of the ASCC agenda. So I wonder how that will happen. And of course, the investment in data and statistical implementation. So thank you very much for that, and we hope to hear how about the 3 other goals that were not covered, and maybe later, no, in the open forum. So now we move to our ASEAN centers. We're happy to hear from our Dr. Jerome, please.
Madam Moderator, may I ask permission to use the lectern? Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Oh, okay. Just checking if we have an audience. You're all so serious. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. It's an honor to be one of 2 ASEAN centers speaking to you this morning and sharing our experiences and our aspirations in relation to our ASCC strategic plan. And it's also, on a personal note, this is quite special to me because our moderator was one of my idols when I was a young development worker, and now we're here on the same stage. Quite a nice feeling, and I'm trying to address the youth because when I was a youth, she was already our a leader of the CSO, and it's nice to be in the same stage with my elder. Okay. And also to share the stage with such distinguished women and men leaders of ASEAN. So again, thank you very much. It was very inspiring to hear the sharing of my fellow panelists. And now allow me to share a little bit more stories in relation to what our previous panelists have already shared. Next slide, please. So this is in the experience of biodiversity in ASEAN. So as part of our mandate, and it is important to have a plan, right? We cannot claim success if we don't have a roadmap to follow and a way to measure how far we have gone. So in ASEAN, we have the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. May I see a raise of hands who have already downloaded the copy and read our ASEAN Biodiversity Plan? Anyone? Oh, yes, of course. Yung. So this is available in our website. I believe there should be a copy here in the ASEAN Secretariat Library or in Digital Library. Please read it. This is for all of us. So the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan, or what we call the ABP, was developed to enhance coordination among the ASEAN member states in conserving and sustainably managing and using biodiversity, as well as equitable sharing the benefits from utilization of our region's rich biological resources. So the ABP was developed in 2024 in line with then the anticipated adoption of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and the ASCC post-2025 strategic plan to ensure synergy between biodiversity targets and the new ASEAN vision. Late last year, we already started updating the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan by tagging each of the targets of the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan in alignment with the ASCC strategic plan and the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. So I'm happy to share that all ABP targets align squarely with our ASEAN Community Vision 2045. So the ABP serves as our region's biodiversity strategy and action plan, which focuses on the region-wide approaches to community-wide concerns. The ABP also ensures that the ASCC strategic plan is implemented on the ground, conserving the region's rich biological resources and ensuring the fair and equitable sharing of its benefits. May I also add, not just equitable, but intergenerational, because we have the youth here, and it's very important to make sure we leave our rich biodiversity in a good state when their generation takes over. Next slide, please. Yeah. Fragmentation is among the worst enemies of conservation. When the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing, that's when we lose our biodiversity. That's when we go deeper into the climate crisis. And that's when we flood ourselves with pollution in the air, in the oceans, and in the land. So the ABP acts as a blueprint for cross-sectoral and cross-pillar collaboration, demonstrating how biodiversity intersects across multiple sectors. After all, the environment is connected to everything else. So following the ABP targets, our Target 7, averted plastic waste and reduced pollution in ASEAN heritage parks and protected areas. This target supports the implementation of the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. Target 10, enhance engagement with the agricultural, aquacultural, fisheries, and forestry sectors to mainstream biodiversity conservation. This target promotes ecosystem-based fisheries management as a contribution to the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework. Target 14, enhance collaboration with key sectors to mainstream biodiversity. This identifies entry points for mainstreaming biodiversity through regional biodiversity mainstreaming framework and approaches. This enhances cross-sectoral and cross-pillar awareness that are highlighted in the ASEAN Sociocultural Community Framework, the ASEAN Multi-Sectoral Framework on Climate Change, the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework, and the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, among many others. And Target 22, increase participation of non-state actors in biodiversity-related dialogues, discussions, and meetings. This particular target engages the youth, women, the indigenous peoples and local communities in biodiversity conservation programs, projects, activities, and decision-making process here in the region and in the ASEAN member states, as well as in the global arena. This regional plan ensures coherence with the other commitments of the ASEAN member states. The ASEAN Biodiversity Plan is designed to support the national biodiversity strategy and action plans by identifying capacity needs that can be addressed regionally and nationally. As an example, as mentioned earlier by Yusek Rosemary, before joining ACB, I was part of the crafting of the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan. At that level, it was aligned with the Ambition 2045. And that there's alignment at the national, and then the national was aligned at the regional and aligned in the global. But this is not a linear process because these plans did not come from one succession from the other. These plans sprout as they come, and therefore it's not really a linear process but a multi-dimensional process, which makes it very exciting, young ASEAN. Next time it will be your turn. And may I also share that something the region should be proud of, the Philippines Indigenous Peoples Community came up with their own, they call it the Indigenous Peoples Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, which is the translation of the PBSAP into the Indigenous Peoples sector as their own plan for biodiversity. It's the only one in the world so far. It's something that the Philippines and ASEAN should be proud of, that the first Indigenous Peoples Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan came from our region, came from the Philippines, and it serves as a model for other countries and other regions. Next slide, please. I believe that one of the mandates of ASEAN centers is not just to provide technical, scientific support to our ASEAN member states, both state actors and non-state actors, but we are also tasked to build models to show how things can be implemented on the ground and to offer models that can be mainstreamed or that can be scaled up and scaled out across the region. So beyond our primary reporting to the ASEAN Working Group on Nature Conservation and Biodiversity, ACB also maintains consistent participation in sessions of the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, or the AWGCC, the ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment. Not in my presentation, but we are also actively involved in other ASEAN Working Group, including the ASEAN Working Group on Environmental Education, among many others. We hope to be involved in more to bring and amplify the voices of biodiversity and the stewards of our natural resources. This involvement facilitates the presentation of projects that advances the shared goals of these bodies, including the effectively managing networks of marine protected areas in large marine ecosystems in ASEAN, or the ASEAN NMAPS project. Pardon us, we love having very long project title names. And the ASEAN Flyway Network, or the AFN, initiative that we report to the AWGCME, and the enhancing conservation and restoration of wetlands and peatlands in ASEAN as effective sinks and reservoir of greenhouse gases, or the NCOR wetland projects, discussed in the AWGCC as well as in the AWGNCB. So there's intersectionality in our projects and in the many different working groups within ASEAN. Next slide, please. And I think I have, just enough time. So aligning the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan with the Global Biodiversity Plan called the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework strengthens motivation among relevant stakeholders in ASEAN as they see how on-the-ground implementation contributes to the regional and global frameworks. The ASCC strategic plan must map out how much they fulfill both. So it's not enough to track what we contribute to the region and to our respective member states, but also how we contribute to the global efforts in our shared aspirations and goals. The ASEAN Biodiversity Plan mandates the participation of non-state actors, especially the youth, women, indigenous peoples, and local communities. The ASCC must create mechanisms for grassroots and non-state actors to co-design and implement regional strategies. Effective mainstreaming requires identifying capacity gaps, so resources can be pooled efficiently to support the implementation of various regional initiatives. The ASCC should establish resource mobilization strategies across sectoral bodies to fund cross-cutting initiatives such as nature-based solutions, climate and biodiversity actions, rather than competing for fragmented funding and resources. And beyond the thousands of meetings that was mentioned earlier, beyond the meetings, I believe that our gatherings also serve as a platform for ASEAN centers to work or to explore among each other opportunities for collaboration to aspire connected or shared mandates and aspirations. So I'm happy to share that this week, I'm very happy that with Kun Paspon, we have strengthened our earlier discussion about between ACB and ACSD, ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development and Studies and Dialogue, and as well as with ASIADRA on different fronts that we have shared the vision. And we have, I think most of us went to the AHA Center. May I also share with you that before we left the AHA Center, we already discussed specific collaboration that will advance our shared mandate, particularly in data sharing and research and perhaps specific action on the ground where biodiversity and disaster risk reduction and management intersects. So we welcome partnerships with you, with the youth, and with other sectors. I'm not sure if our friend from the persons with disability sector is still here, but the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, your Center of Excellence for Biodiversity, is very much open to collaborating with you so that together we can help each other reach the ASCC strategic plan aspirations. So to know more about ACB, last slide please. Yes, there. For the techie people in the room, please do scan our QR code so that you may learn more about the many other programs that in the interest of time I was not able to share, but we would love to sit down with you on another occasion, whether face-to-face or online, so that we can explore collaboration and mainstreaming of our respective plans in line with the ASCC strategic plan and the Community Vision 2045. Thank you very much. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jerome. It's good to end with an welcoming convergence among ASEAN centers and non-state actors. And we hope we can report to the body in the next forum some concrete initiatives along that. And I think in your presentation, you highlighted the ASEAN, the ABPs, and vis-a-vis the frameworks that exist, and the prioritization. No? You mentioned a number of targets, but also showed that you went through that process of prioritization, and hopefully, and which should result to concrete or tangible results in the coming years. And so thank you also for the mentioning the important, the mechanisms for participation of non-state actors, and coming from the civil society community, myself, we welcome that, and as far as our engagement in ASEAN. So for our last but not least speaker, let us welcome our Madam Sangasubana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Swadika, and Sramapagi. As the last speaker, actually is very easy. I would say that I align to all the key messages that has already been addressed, and I hope that the distinguished participants here have already digested all the key messages from the panelists. And I also would like to thank you for inviting the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, it's quite long, to share institutional experiences and good practices that may align with the objective of the second regional forum on ASCC strategic plan. I also would like to extend my appreciation to ASEAN Secretariat, who always dual-packed us, the two EDs, in all ASEAN meetings that we come to Jakarta, ever since last year with the Entity Forum. And I think through that dual pact that you have done, we have grown to have good relationship, good friendship, and as ED Jerome has indicated, we are now working on collaborative work together. With that said, I just want to have a short walkthrough on what we are doing at the ACSDSD. The main purpose is to to ensure clarity on what we can offer. We are mandated to be the facility that supports sustainable development cooperation in the region through activities that is catered to ASEAN member states and to help to facilitate regional efforts on sustainable development through ASEAN process. Those activities are facilitating dialogue, enhancing capacity building, promoting human development, and developing networks of cooperation to advance complementarity between ASEAN Community Vision and UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With this said, ACSDSD operates as a regional catalyst, knowledge hub, and dialogue platform with multi-stakeholder solution to advance regional sustainable issues and to focus on people-centered approach in ASEAN sustainable development. Through our core activities, we have reinforced sustainable development cooperation by using cross-cutting, cross-pillar approach that aligns with ASCC Strategic Plan Goal 2.0 that addresses the importance of cross-sectoral trends as well as the outcome from the first regional forum in KL, whereby we are looking at cross-sectoral collaboration. On the question on how ACSDSD can make the mainstreaming of ASCC strategic plan to be a meaningful one. In my humble opinion, to mainstream a plan in a meaningful way and in practical way, it must make transition from a static document into part of the everyday operation that helps to improve everyday lives. That's what Kun Yung Yung has said yesterday. And this requires establishing cross-department ownership, utilizing actionable tracking metrics, transparent communication across all organization levels, and embedding the plan into budgeting and resource allocation. I think this has been the mantra that has been coming up for the 3 days. In a layman's words, plans, there is a need to break down silos, and especially to small size center like ACSDSD, small but focused action must be in place that will support and complement the overall strategy. So in short, mainstreaming should move beyond promoting awareness of ASCC strategic plan towards enabling practical implementation across different sectors and governance levels. Drawing from SDG localization academic literature on mainstreaming, I cannot, just make things right out of the cuff. There has to be some reference. Rather than treating ASCC strategic plan as a standalone policy document, ASEAN centers and entities can serve as implementation platforms that connect regional policy with national institutions, local governments, academia, businesses, and communities. For example, in the case of the ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform of ACSDSD, this involves supporting localization of circular economy. Circular economy is a component of SDG and sustainable development, whereby regional commitments under strategic goal 12 are translated into locally relevant initiatives such as circular campuses, circular cities, industrial symbiosis, MSMEs resource efficiency, and community-based resource management. This approach allows stakeholders to understand not only what ASEAN aims to achieve, but also how they can contribute within their own local context. But in this way, mainstreaming becomes an ongoing implementation process rather than a communication exercise. Now, on the question on how ASEAN centers and entities can work together with stakeholders to ensure policy coherence, in my humble opinion, the crucial elements for this include strong political commitment, inclusive multi-stakeholder platforms, evidence database sharing, and robust monitoring evaluation systems. One practical way to strengthen policy coherence is to move beyond coordination meetings. We need to establish a systematic approach towards shared indicators, common monitoring systems, and regular peer learning among ASEAN member states, as Madame has indicated. Of course, ASEAN has been adopting whole of government approach. We need to emphasize more on whole of society approach that's centered on shared implementation platform. This takes time, as you have rightly said, with serious shared thinking and definitely with mutual trust and confidence. In this juncture, ASEAN centers and entities can facilitate shared data collection, knowledge exchange, and capacity building. As ASCC strategic plan itself recognizes the importance of public-private people partnership under strategic measure of 12.1.3, rather than creating additional coordination structures, as you have rightly said, existing platforms such as ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform and ASEAN Networking Symposium on Sustainable Development of ACSDSD could serve as a regional implementation mechanism that connect stakeholders across governance level and sectors such as local governments, private sector, universities, and civil society. It is therefore imperative for ASEAN to continue to work on a whole of government approach and definitely a whole of ASEAN approach. Whether you are national planning agencies, parliamentarians, ASEAN sectoral bodies, ASEAN secretariats, and ASEAN centers and entities. This is especially important for cross-cutting issues such as sustainable development, social protection, disaster management preparedness, public health, green transition, and environmental sustainability, where cannot be handled by one sector alone. Now, coming to the last point, on how to draw ACSDSD experiences in coming to the core elements of a practical and effective mainstreaming strategy. We definitely need to emphasize on shared ownership, accountability, and trust. These are the catalysts of translating vision into actions. On the cross-sectoral integration, ACSDSD can help bridge economic, environmental, and social dimensions of sustainability, as we recognize that no single pillar can achieve SDGs alone. And I truly trust and hope that this is not only reflecting the core of ACSD, but has also to be fully recognized by all relevant stakeholders. Through our core mission as thought leader in incubating ideas and as facilitator of dialogues on sustainable development cooperation in the region, we want to create neutral, multi-stakeholder platform that can unite voices under independent and neutral framework such as ASEAN Youth Camp on Sustainable Development, ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform, ASEAN Circular Economy Forum, regional dialogues, research grants, and capacity building initiatives of ACSDSD. We are opined as a small-sized ASEAN center that is growing up quite steadily in a way. This may help create an enabling ecosystem that helps stakeholders to understand why ASEAN priorities matters within their own context that resonate with local development challenges and opportunities. Knowledge platform such as ASEAN Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform of ACSDSD can support continuous learning as we recognize that localization means understanding that implementation will differ across countries, cities, universities, communities, and industries. That is why our platform do not target itself as a one-off event. This is where ASEAN centers and entities can play an important convening role in building multi-stakeholder partnership to support the implementation and translation of ASCC strategic plan. So in summary, ASEAN centers and entity can strengthen mainstreaming by acting as regional knowledge hubs, conveners of public-private people partnership, platforms for peer learning across ASEAN member states, capacity building providers, and last, and maybe not least, facilitators for policy dialogue and innovation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I think we are very fortunate that we have the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development and Dialogues, Studies and Dialogues. And we heard that offer how ASEAN centers and entities can support the implementation of the ASCC strategic plan, the roles of being facilitators of dialogues, of capacity builders, of being conveners, and so we have to take note of that. But very important, I think, in your message as you started is the importance of, and I think we have heard this, the importance of translating big or regional commitments, documents, into concrete actionable plans and with clear budgeting and financing commitments. And yeah, going beyond the awareness about the ASCC, but translating this plan into concrete, tangible results. So we have the remaining 30 minutes for question and answer. And at this time, would like to hear from the floor any questions or reflections that you have after hearing our inputs, interventions from the parliamentarian side, ASEAN centers, and national planning agencies. Over there, please. Please state your name and your organization. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Domilin from the Southeast Asia Tobacco Control Alliance. You can call me DOMS. So we call our organization SIATCA, and its focus is on tobacco control, like smoking and the use of electronic devices, smoking devices. In 2024, IPA had a resolution. If you remember it, His Excellency Widja, that there's a resolution on strengthening collaboration for advancing tobacco and nicotine control in the ASEAN. And it was shared to us. And also, I wanted to know, this is like a in practice, in reality, because this is already a resolution for parliamentarians. So how can we, as an entity, as an organization, be able to put this into practice, and like the resolution that you had prepared? And for the rest of the speakers, especially those who focused on SDGs, tobacco control is in the SDG, particularly to strengthen the implementation of the World Health Organization's Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, that is SDG Target 3A. So tobacco control is not really popular topic. We had difficulty convincing politicians, parliamentarians to support this, especially if the lobby of the industry is strong, and of course if they also smoke and use the product. So can you advise us on how to proceed with this in engaging governments in supporting this issue, especially if it's not that popular? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we ask our panelists to respond, can we hear other questions from the floor? Over there, please, the lady.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Hedwig from the Coordinating Ministry for Human Development and Cultural Affairs. So this question is for Mr. Maslan. During your presentation, I would like to ask about the Malaysian's approach for the prioritizations. As we know, the ASCC strategic plan is aligned with the ASEAN Community Visions 2045, and which is addresses and sharpening into the megatrends and contains a wide range of the strategic measures. And on your presentations, you mentioned that it's countries, we are agreed that we have limitations to implement everything in once. So therefore, countries has to pick and choose their priorities. So based on the Malaysia's experience, like which strategic priorities are most relevant to the country's national context? We are all agreed that the megatrends, those issues are important, but which one the high priorities for Malaysians, and what criteria or considerations used to select these priorities, and how that integrate to the Malaysian National Development Plan, particularly under the 13 Malaysian plans. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe one more question. Do we see a third hand raised? If none, we go back to our panelists. First, IPA and other panelists on the question about the tobacco control, and a question to our panelists from Malaysia.
Well, first of all, thank you for the question on tobacco control. It is a testimony that you really follow with interest the discussions that we are having today. And they are not minor, because to me the social cultural pillar is a central pillar of ASEAN as a whole, because it affects the whole 700 million people of ASEAN. And therefore, whatever we do and whatever we succeed under this pillar would deeply affect the other pillars, and mutually, if I may say. So on the question that you have raised, I was not yet Secretary General of IPA back in 2024. It was still Ibu Siti Merianti from Brunei. But I know a little bit about the tobacco control. I think that it is mainly the national authorities that take actions. Let's say Cambodia has prohibited tobacco. And not only tobacco, we have also enacted legislation to prohibit vapes, the vapes, the electric cigarettes. So it is forbidden. And I have seen in the news recently, a few days now back, that Indonesia is also pondering forbidding by law the use of vapes in Indonesia because of the use of a drug substance behind the vapes that cannot be detected immediately. So you see that ASEAN countries take actions. And when you ask about IPA resolutions, I would like to tell you that IPA, since 1977, until now, we have enacted more than 1,100 resolutions. So the main issue for IPA, as well as for ASEAN member states, is how to follow, how to monitor, in order to ensure that what has been adopted would be translated into implementation and actions. So this is a major issue, this is a current challenge, and it would always come back, because the will is there, but we have to find a way. So, but at least where there is the will, there is a way. So I would like also to attract your attention that despite all the resolutions, we have created particularly a mechanism to ensure that what has been adopted by resolutions would be implemented. Therefore, we have the IPA caucus. The IPA caucus is the most important body between the General Assemblies, the General Assemblies for parliaments, or the summits for the head of state and government. The two sides form ASEAN. On one side, you have the ASEAN governments, member states, head of state, governments, ministers, and so on. On the other side, you have the ASEAN parliaments. But the two together, they form ASEAN as a whole. And as a matter of fact, the ASEAN Secretariat as well as the IPA Secretariat are also located in the same premise. So the caucus has to review the resolutions that IPA have passed. And this year, the caucus will take place in Jakarta this month on the 22nd. But you might be surprised that the theme of this year's caucus would be the role of parliaments in strengthening ASEAN centrality amidst complex global challenges. And I think that the theme is very well chosen because the complex global challenges would affect deeply ASEAN in the short, medium, and long-term future, from what I can see. So if you look at what is happening or what was happening since February this year, despite all the ceasefire agreement that has been signed in Paris on the 18th of June, but in fact, here and there are flares of conflicts, but not that bad. It means that we would not return to the situation ante very soon. And these deeply affect ASEAN because of the energy crisis. The energy crisis has been declared as crisis in the Philippines, and other ASEAN member states are also deeply affected by the crisis because the energy crisis would affect the price of oil and gas and then spill over to goods and services. So we have a rising inflation, but also a slowing economic growth, and the two together are very dangerous for the political stability of any member states. So therefore, we have to be prepared for that. And the other short-term future that I have to alert, because I'm also very attentive to the issue, is the issue of climate change. So this year, the Young Parliamentarians of ASEAN, YPA, would focus on climate change, and we have started with capacity training programs in the Philippines. We will have another one in Timor-Leste. We have done in Cambodia, and we hope also to do in Indonesia, because youth are the future of ASEAN. Therefore, they have to deal with climate change, because climate change would, in fact, have multi-dimensional security challenges across the board. You have the rise of sea levels, you have the displacement of people, you have job employment loss, etc., etc. So it is a very drastic issue. But more drastic, if I may alert you, it took 40 years for the world temperature to rise 1 degree. 40 years, from 1980 until 2026. But by 2030, in 3 years' time, we would reach already 1.5 degree. And to you, to us, we might not know what exactly 1.5 degree would mean, but it would mean catastrophes on the global scale. With the typhoons of 5+ tornadoes that would not be manageable, anything of catastrophes that we might imagine or we might not imagine would come to us. How would we be able to respond to all those catastrophes? And I believe that energy crisis, climate crisis, I think that the ASEAN Centers of Excellence would have a lot to do, biodiversity, energy, AHA Center, national governments. So we really need to, to find ways to be strong together, and we have to solve the problems that exist among us that prevent cooperation among us. So basically, we have to look that the conflicts not only exist outside ASEAN, but also inside ASEAN. And therefore, we have really to solve all those crises in order for ASEAN to be strong, in order for ASEAN to be responsive to the challenges ahead. Because if we do not talk to each other, if we do not cooperate with each other, then I think that we know the result what would come to us all.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Widya. We understand our USEC from the Philippines will have to leave us for another important appointment. So may we ask our Malaysian panelist for the response to the question from our Malaysian participant?
First of all, thank you very much for your question. Basically, the foundation lead to pick and choose is basically referring to the concept of economic concept of scarcities. We have unlimited desires, but we have limited resources. So come back to this policy design capacity. When you design a policy, you have to make sure that you have the capacity to deliver it. So in terms of pick and choose, referring to our experience in developing the National Development Plan, it comes, again, yeah, I agree with you, comes with the prioritization, the analysis comes from the mega trend, from the global mega trend to the regional to the local mega trend, what is much more related and what is the current existing mega trend that is related to for the next 5 years development plan. So that is one. Second is when we do the engagement, the strategies, there are 27 focus areas, but how do we decide it basically is when we do the engagement, consultation with the ministries, we ask them, the one who gonna to deliver it. So they own the initiative, they own they own the strategy, they own the objective. The ministries or the agencies or the CSO who wants to deliver it, they will propose, this is the one that we need for the next 5 years. So we then decide based on our limitation or financial limitation or capacity limitation. So this is going to be our national priorities for the next 5 years. So when it comes to the monitoring later on, it's much easier, or tracking. I mean, we go back to those who proposed it. So you are the one who suggested this is the based on, because we should go to, we should accept the proposals from those who are expert, like Dr. Jerome, expert in biodiversity, and Ms. Pampon is expert in sustainable development. So we do have to ask them what are their priorities, what are their capacities to deliver it, so that from the top down, we can monitor, we can track, this is your proposal, this is, you should be accountable, can you deliver it? So that is basically what happened in coming up with our RMK 13. I hope that explains. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So any additional point from our panelists?
Thank you, Marl. In response to the question about tobacco control, at the moment, unfortunately, we don't have an ongoing specific project related to tobacco control, but here's where our alignment surfaces. I believe that our common issues would be deforestation because of possible land conversion to give way to production of a monocrop, soil degradation, which affects soil biodiversity and the ecosystem services as a whole. And of course, production involves a lot of chemicals that have severe and lasting impact on our ecosystem. So I believe there's some common grounds, but at the moment we don't have any ongoing projects, so perhaps an opportunity for collaboration. But based on our experience in advancing biodiversity conservation and ASEAN people's welfare, providing alternative livelihoods would be one mechanism that can be explored to advance tobacco control strategies. Of course, policy initiatives. I think further strengthening policies and its implementation, particularly giving premium to our triple planetary crisis, biodiversity loss, the climate crisis, and pollution. And of course, in the biodiversity discourse, both global and regional, one of the target refers to harmful subsidies, not just from public budget mechanisms, but also from private sector and other funding sources. It's called harmful subsidies because there may be some good intention initially, but deep down the analysis, some financing or incentive schemes actually lead to some maybe, let's give it the benefit of the unintended negative consequences on the environment and on people. So perhaps this is also an aspect that can be looked at in order to advance your advocacy, which benefits a lot of ASEAN people. But I guess this would require collaboration among ASEAN centers and entities, our ASEAN member states, which will provide guidance to us in terms of how we should move forward, and other partners in the region. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I just want to touch on the tobacco issue. Actually, as ED Jerome has said, each different ASEAN centers, they have their own priority in working, especially to accommodate different SDGs. As to ACSDSD, we have our priority in SDG 1, SDG 4, and SDG 12. However, I can see that tobacco cut across many SDGs. I think there should be, if you are very serious, there will be more collaboration from different ASEAN centers. And the one that I can think of at the moment, especially on SDG 3, would be on the ASEAN Center for Active Aging. Even though you're doing active aging, but you are under the health sector, and I think there will be areas that can collaborate more with you. And if there's it cut across with our priority, because we are in Bangkok, we can help.
Thank you very much for that. I hope that makes our SIATCA participant happy. So any other questions?
If
From
I
the
may,
floor?
Madam Moderator, just to add
yes,
on
please.
how basically we handling the to serve or to address certain SDG indicators. We don't look at the targets, we also look at the indicators level, we see at the metadata. So if that particular country or specific country that you wish to engage with the government, see how much they perform in that particular indicator, because that will relate to their SDG performance later on as a overall. So let's say they are weak in that indicator, so that is your bullet to discuss or engage. So as we need to do something. So as I can see from you mentioned target 3A, the indicators is age standardized prevalence of current tobacco use among persons aged 15 years and older. So look at the metadata, don't stop at this target, and how basically you can use that as a foundation or a bullet for your discussion or influencing in terms of influence the policy making at the government level. Because we are very particular on that SDG performance, so look at that level. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from our online participants. Based on your experience, what factors have enabled or hindered your work with ASEAN, and how have you addressed these challenges? So we hear from the parliamentarians, from the ASEAN Center, and from the National Planning Agency. Short reply to the question, please. Factors that have enabled or hindered your work.
Yeah, I thank you for the question. In my career as diplomat, and my life has been devoted to ASEAN, if I may say, it's my destiny since my studies. Yes, I say so because during my studies, I was given the task to specialize on third world countries, developing countries, and immediately chose ASEAN as something whispered into my ears. And I wrote my diploma on ASEAN, I wrote my PhD on ASEAN, and then I became the first SOM leader. I prepared the accession of Cambodia into ASEAN, made it possible. The DOC happened during my chairmanship in 2002. From my experience, institutions are extremely important, and I believe that ASEAN is very relevant, not only to the member states, but also to the citizens, because we all know that without ASEAN, we will not be the same. We will not be able to have long-term prosperity without ASEAN, only together. And we are diverse, but I think that we have many common values in Southeast Asia that bind us together and that explain our solidarity and our unity. So the challenges, in fact, give us the evidence that despite all the challenges, including now very severe challenges among ASEAN member states, we still choose ASEAN, we still choose to stay in ASEAN, and we identify ourselves as ASEAN. Institutions are the key, but don't forget the people that sit on institutions. Because if you have very competent people on top of institutions, those institutions are very dynamic and responsive. And fortunately, in my career, when I was some leader, our some circle was extremely effective. We had a big power of decision, and we discussed with each other before we go into meeting, and therefore we could do many things together. We made the ASEAN Charter possible, and also the ASEAN community through what we did in Lombok in 2002, the Bali Concord 2. So we were the some leaders who drafted and who prepared all the text of the Bali Concord 2 and pushed to the ministers and the leaders. So I think that we did a wonderful job. And therefore, I think that where is the will, there is a way, and the will is how we can work together in mutual respect and also mutual trust. I think that you have raised the issue of accountability and trust, and this is extremely important because without trust, we cannot work together. So the trust factor among the decision makers is the key. So this is what I have seen as my big experience. What has hindered our work? The challenges are always there to hinder our work, but where there are challenges, we have to seek opportunities and to draft together, to craft together how we can overcome the challenges. And now the issue is not only to strengthen ASEAN, but also to ensure ASEAN centrality within a larger framework of security. And in so doing, we think already at the Treaty on Amity and Cooperation in Southeast Asia, which has 58 high contracting parties. So ASEAN is at the core, 11 member states, but TAC as a whole has 58 high contracting parties, and therefore how to make the TAC work. Maybe we have to activate the High Council in order to make the TAC work for our common good, for our common future.
So thank you for the questions, very interesting one. Allow me to answer by sharing with you our hashtag. Hashtag, we are ASEAN Biodiversity. Let me break it down. Biodiversity. Our region is among the mega diverse region throughout the world. We have at least, I think, 3 countries classified as mega diverse countries, meaning we are the richest among the rich in terms of flora and fauna, ecosystem representation. That is the challenge. We are rich in different types of ecosystem. It means it's a big mandate. It's a big task ahead of all of us to preserve, protect, and rehabilitate, because there are degraded ecosystems in the region. That's a challenge. And of course, there are competing interests which are both important to ASEAN, not just conservation, but we also have to advance economic development and our political and security agenda. So that's a challenge. But the solution is also in the hashtag. We are ASEAN. So being part of ASEAN provides that platform for cooperation, for pursuing joint activities, joint programs. And but perhaps one thing that we need to further improve will be our cross-sectoral, cross-pillar engagement. I think we need more efforts in seeing more cross-pillar, cross-sectoral engagements. We have a lot of advancement in the past few years. I think there's more opportunities to do cross-pillar, cross-sectoral work. So some items, because it's past tense, addressed. It's being addressed. I think we are a work in progress. The challenge are still there, but we're moving forward, I think. And the last part of the hashtag, we are ASEAN Biodiversity, is we. We are one community. We are diverse. That's also a challenge. We come from different cultures, different perspectives, but that's also our strength. We have different skills, talents, resources to offer. And when we put all of this together, then we become, as the tagline of AHA, yes, the other day, it stuck to me. One ASEAN, one response. So it's one ASEAN, one response to all the challenges that we face, and one action to capitalize on all the opportunities that comes our way. Maraming salamat po.
For me, as an ASEAN citizen, I always believe in ASEAN. And for the past, let's say 50 years, the ASEAN has been advancing. We have done a lot of work. And, you know, I come back to Jakarta and I find that ASEAN has been very seriously in translating the words in the documents that has been, you know, long time negotiated among ourselves. And that is a good advanced, you know, stage. The only thing is that how can we have a whole ASEAN approach in translating those type of documents? As I indicated, especially on the cross-sectoral, cross-pillar issues, how we can really implement and really ignite the existing mechanism of ASEAN. We have the ASEAN Coordinating Council, I believe, and I think we need to work more on that and how it's being reported, you know, all the way from ASEAN sectoral body all the way to the ministerial level. If that type of existing mechanism work well, I think we can go more. So to me, if I can see anything that is a challenge at the moment, it will be the working in silo of not only ASEAN member states, ASEAN Secretariat, even, you know, ASEAN centers and entities like me. We still work in silo, but how we can break this silo? This is something that we need to talk more, and we need to really recognize on the importance of having or recognize on the cross-pillar, cross-sectorial nature of issues. So if we can share, like as I indicated on having the share data, having the share monitoring system, that works well. And I don't know where it will be housed. I think it will be as in Secretariat. If that really works well, I think we can go along. We can address all the challenges that we are facing.
Thank you. And please.
Yeah, to be honest, I have very little experience at working at the regional level. But coming from Malaysia as the founding fathers of ASEAN, what motivates us is basically we can't live in isolation, especially in this current world. Lots of challenges, a lot of coming up and coming to experience from the COVID-19 everything. So we as work as a regional is basically support each other. I think that is only my point of view for this question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful responses from our ASEAN seniors. One here who said that I think ASEAN is his destiny. And our Madam Pushparn also having served ASEAN for many, many years, as well as our two younger panelists. We heard from them the importance of cross-sector, cross-pillar convergence. No? There are many challenges as far as our work in ASEAN is concerned, but if we work together, we cross-border and leave behind some of our comfort zones and carry the AHA call of one ASEAN, one response, we will be able to overcome the challenges that we face. So we have heard many recommendations, interventions as far as developing mainstreaming framework for the ASCC, and I could only list down a few, maybe not everything of what we have heard. We heard about that deep integration of national policy making and programming, and that this also means capacitating our our policymakers, our public servants around ASCC implementation, the institutional coordination and mechanisms that's important, the monitoring and accountability, people-centered participation, systematic mapping that helps us in our prioritization, investment in data and statistical analysis and management, participation of non-state actors, and I think, well, we heard a number of these from yesterday, but peer-to-peer learning and exchanges, I think, is important, no? That was highlighted in this panel. So unless there are other burning questions from the floor, I think we are prepared to conclude this session. Okay, so over there, Union. Yeah, the gentleman in red, so it must be burning, burning question.
Thank you. I really had one question, but I'm surprised there's no Indonesian in this panel because that question is meant for Indonesian. Actually. Because I can see there's Cambodian, there's Thai, there's Filipino. But seriously, I just wanted to ask, because yesterday I appeared in panel 2. One of the questions that got me thinking was what you call political leadership. For example, the question is, how do we ensure that localization, right, survive political transition? Because bearing in mind, for example, President Jokowi started off as a mayor, as a governor. And when he became president, he got this vision about Nusantara. But now that he stepped down, the new president seems to forget about the new capital. But my whole point is, how do we ensure that a mayor who went on to achieve bigger office, that localization process continue to stay? This is why I wanted to pose this to an Indonesian, but none of you are Indonesian. But I hope my question makes sense. How do we make sure that localization survive the political transition? That's all. Thank you.
Madam.
Okay,
Yeah.
just to repeat, it's how do globalization survive? Globalization survive political transitions.
Interesting. I would just like to share Malaysia's experience. It's very true that political transition means a lot of changes in terms of administration. But again, in Malaysia, we do have this entity, we call it All-Party Parliamentarian Group of Malaysia, focusing on SDG. So what does this entity does or institution does is basically they engage with all parliamentarians coming from any parties, regardless of your government or your opposition. So they work together at the local level to work on SDG. They come with funding from Ministry of Finance. So that will ensure that, one, SDG localization is happening regardless of which party you're coming from, either government or opposition. Second, when there is a political transition, the work is still continuing smoothly, because the engagement is with the constituent and the work with the people down there, regardless of who hold the position as the member of parliamentary. So that is what basically happening in Malaysia. So from out of 222 parliamentarian seats, they have engaged with 159, and work is still going on. And yeah, they're coming out with all the reports, everything. That is Malaysia's experience, just to share with everyone here. Thank you.
Okay, from our other panelists, if you have,
where's the power of parliament in the process between localization and political transition? I think that this is interesting. Parliaments in ASEAN or not parliaments in Europe, we are a little bit different because we Asians, we work on mutual respect, on consensus. and therefore the mutual respect between parliaments and governments is there. Yes, but it does not mean that parliaments would be then the rubber stamp of what governments are doing. It doesn't mean that. So where is now the dialogue that would ensure what you have raised the question? Number one is dialogue, discussions, or if we term it in a more drastic way, is to convoke a minister to parliament in order to explain the issues of mutual interest or mutual concern, mostly of mutual concern. So the line ministers have to answer parliaments, number one. Number two, in terms of legislation, parliaments have the power to amend the law. So when the line ministries submit the laws, parliaments have the right to amend the law, to give the opinions, to push back for a second lecture to amend the law. So this is another way of safety mechanism. I'm not speaking in terms of theory, it is really practice what we are doing in parliaments. Number three, the power of parliaments is budgetary. And believe me, it is a very powerful mean because parliament would not adopt the financial law without being satisfied by the government. So the government has to satisfy parliaments that the budgetary law is sound, is efficient, so that parliaments adopt the financial law. So these, to me, are the three safety walls that would ensure the rule of law and a sense of good governance. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. For the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, perhaps the translation of localization is through our ASEAN Heritage Parks, which have their own, in a way, governance mechanism. And in most cases, these are, while it's state-led, state actor-led, there is a management body or a management council that is more of a multi-sectoral. So having multi-sectoral governance mechanisms in most of our ASEAN Heritage Parks or protected areas, it in a way provides some safety net mechanism in terms of possible political changes. And we've seen this in some recent governance shift in some of our ASEAN member states. Well, there were adjustments happening at the national and subnational levels. We remain steadfast in advancing the work in the local level, which is the ASEAN Heritage Parks and in our other, in the flyway networks, because we work also directly with the people on the ground, both state and non-state actors. So, for example, our AHP, which is our flagship program for our best of the best protected areas in ASEAN, working directly with park managers help sustain plans and agreements that have been forged through 2 decades of collaboration directly with our park managers and stakeholders. Our small grants program, we work directly with local communities, and they have their own local aspirations and agenda. Sometimes the effect would be some delay, some adjustments to the timetable, but overall the objectives are still being met because working with the grassroots helps us sustain the efforts directly. So I think there's a principle in the Philippines. We cook a delicacy called bibingka. So we cook it on the top and we cook it at the bottom and around the side. So if one heat source fails, the others will help sustain it. So perhaps that bibingka approach could help us in making sure that our localization survives any, not just political shift, but even economic or disaster shift.
Okay, thank you very much. I hope that connects to the question, response to the question of Yun Yun. So at this point, I would like us to give our panelists a round of applause. Thank you so much. We bring the floor to the Secretariat.
Thank you, distinguished moderator and panelists. But before we go back to your seats, may I invite all the panelists and the moderator to stand in front of the coffee table for photo session, and may I invite the photographers to stand in front of the stage. So everyone is ready. The first pose is formal pose in 3, 2, 1. And the second pose, ASEAN way, as always. And 3, 2, 1, and smile. Okay, amazing. Thank you, distinguished moderator and panelists. Give big warm round of applause again to them. And may I invite all of you to go back to your seats. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now break for lunch that are available at the south and the north of the foyer of Nusantara Hall. Please enjoy your lunch at the designated dining area because there is no food or colored drink allowed in the Nusantara Hall. And for prayer room is available on the first floor of this building. The program will resume at 2 p.m. with the continuation of Agenda 9, and including the presentation of the consolidated themes and the breakout session of the discussion. Thank you, and please enjoy your lunch. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. May I kindly invite everyone to return to the meeting room and take your seats, and for the participants joining online to go back to the Zoom room because we will begin shortly with the continuation of the Agenda 9 and the breakout session. Thank you. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite everyone to take your seats because we will begin the next agenda shortly. Thank you. Welcome back, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I hope all of you have a good lunch and ready to continue to the Agenda 9 on the mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan. Before we begin, may I invite the ad hoc working group co-chairs Philippines, Ms. Hannah, to present the result of the regional workshop on the ASCC strategic plan's cross-pillar strategic measures held on 28 and 29 June, and the consolidated themes for the panel discussion and the agenda on mainstreaming the strategic plan from Second Regional Forum. Distinguished co-chairs, Ms. Hannah, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. So before we begin our breakout discussion, allow me to briefly reflect on the key insights that have emerged from our discussions over the last 4 days. So I say 4 days because the first 2 days were dedicated for the discussion of the ad hoc working group, together with key representatives from the sectoral bodies as well as the 2 pillars and the connectivity group. And of course, the 3-day discussion that we've been doing here at the Nusantara Hall. So throughout the workshop, we have affirmed that ASEAN already has a strong foundation for mainstreaming the ASCC strategic plan. At the regional level, mechanisms such as the SOCOM, the Committee of Permanent Representatives, our socio-cultural officials, the ASEAN centers, the presence of joint work plans, regional frameworks, and cross-sectoral initiatives have demonstrated that collaboration across sectors is already taking place. Our visit to the AHA Center, further illustrated on the screen, show how dedicated ASEAN institutions can effectively coordinate operations, facilitate information sharing, provide technical assistance, and support ASEAN member states in responding to cross-border challenges. We have also learned valuable lessons from the experiences of member states. While their governance systems differ, a common thread emerged. ASEAN commitments are most successfully implemented when they are embedded within national development plans, aligned with domestic priorities, and supported by strong institutional coordination and translated into local action. We heard how national action plans, master plans, interministerial coordination mechanisms, and annual monitoring systems have helped bridge the gap between regional commitments and national implementation. We also saw how the importance of engaging local governments, civil society organizations, development partners, and communities to ensure that implementation reaches those who need it the most. At the same time, our discussion highlighted several common challenges. Participants consistently pointed out frequent turnover of staff, fragmented implementation, limited financial and human resources, varying institutional capacities, and the absence of common monitoring and accountability mechanisms for cross-cutting strategic measures. Several member states also emphasized the complexity of mainstreaming ASEAN priorities in the centralized governance systems, where local autonomy and differing fiscal capacities can make implementation uneven across provinces and municipalities. But despite these challenges, the workshop identified significant opportunities for moving forward. Rather than creating new institutions, we as the participants, maximizing existing coordination platforms, strengthening thematic discussions within SOCOM and the ASEAN mechanisms, and while promoting sustainable financing and digital transformation. There were also broad recognition that mainstreaming should extend beyond a whole-of-government approach towards a whole-of-ASEAN community approach, bringing together parliaments, planning agencies, ASEAN centers, sectoral bodies, local governments, the academe, civil society, and development partners. So these collective insights now bring us to the most important part. Our task for this afternoon is to develop or lay out the practical solutions on how to mainstream the ASCC into our local plans. So through the breakout discussions, we will try to identify the strategic entry points within the respective institutions, governance and coordination mechanisms needed to institutionalize the ASCC strategic plan. And ultimately, the outcome we seek today is a practical and actionable mainstreaming framework. And with that, let us now proceed to the breakout discussion. So the Secretariat will now flash the groupings for this afternoon, as well as the moderators assigned for each group and the ASEAN support staff who will be with us during the discussion.
Thank you, distinguished co-chairs, for giving us guidance for the breakout session. And now we will proceed with the 1-hour breakout session, which will be facilitated by our esteemed facilitator. SOCA, sectoral bodies, and ASEAN partners will be invited to join their respective group to discuss practical ways stakeholders can contribute to the mainstreaming and popularization of the ASCC strategic plan. The breakout groups are as follows, that will be shown on the screen. Group 1, ASEAN centers and entities, will be facilitated by Ms. Hannah Garcido-Giray. And Group 2, planning agencies in ASEAN member states or ACSS subcommittee on planning and coordination, facilitated by Ms. Sarah Abdullah. Group 3, ASEAN civil society organization and think tank, facilitated by Ms. Marlene D. Ramirez. And the last one, Group 4, for online participants, will be facilitated by Ms. Mutia Hassan. We have prepared designated tables for each group, and may we kindly invite all participants to proceed to your respective tables. The facilitators and support crew will explain the flow of the session within each group. For online participant, I will now hand over the floor to Ms. Mutia. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Can everybody hear me? I hope everyone can hear me. Thank you for joining this session. And welcome to Group 4 for the online discussion.
Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategy plan, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community reinforces its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-centered ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and strive the changing future.
The ASCC Strategic Plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC Strategic Plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominates focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC Strategic Plan.
The ASCC Strategic Plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue, development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
What I would like to tell people is we should change. Now the direction of taking care of people change from treatment to be prevention and promotion. Change from facility-based to be community and home-based care.
To keep track of progress, we use the ASCC database for monitoring and evaluation. This system collects data and reports across all countries and sectors, so we know what's working and where we need to improve. People may never hear the term ASCC strategic plan, but they will experience its impact in safer communities, stronger support systems, and better opportunities for work and growth.
From governments to communities, business to civil society, every voice matters. Together, we can ensure a region where no one is left behind. Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategic plan, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community reinforces its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-central ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and drive the changing future.
The ASCC Strategic Plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC Strategic Plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominate focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC Strategic Plan.
The ASCC Strategic Plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
What I would like to tell people is we should change. Now the direction of taking care of people change from treatment to be prevention and promotion. Change from facility-based to be community and home-based care.
To keep track of progress, we use the ASCC database for monitoring and evaluation. This system collects data and reports across all countries and sectors, so we know what's working and where we need to improve. People may never hear the term ASCC strategic plan, but they will experience its impact in safer communities, stronger support systems, and better opportunities for work and growth.
From governments to communities, business to civil society, every voice matters. Together, we can ensure a region where no one is left behind. Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategy plan, the ASEAN Social Culture Community reinforced its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-central ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shared ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and strive the changing future.
The ASCC strategic plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC strategic plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominates focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC strategic plan.
The ASCC strategic plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
What I would like to tell people is we should change. Now the direction of taking care of people change from treatment to be prevention and promotion. Change from facility-based to be community and home-based care.
To keep track of progress, we use the ASCC database for monitoring and evaluation. This system collects data and reports across all countries and sectors, so we know what's working and where we need to improve. People may never hear the term ASCC strategic plan, but they will experience its impact in safer communities, stronger support systems, and better opportunities for work and growth.
From governments to communities, business to civil society, every voice matters. Together, we can ensure a region where no one is left behind. Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN socio-cultural community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategic plan, the ASEAN Social Culture Community reinforces its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-centered ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and strive the changing future.
The ASCC strategic plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC strategic plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole of ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominates focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC strategic plan.
The ASCC strategic plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
What I would like to tell people is we should change. Now the direction of taking care of people change from treatment to be prevention and promotion. Change from facility-based to be community and home-based care.
To keep track of progress, we use the ASCC database for monitoring and evaluation. This system collects data and reports across all countries and sectors, so we know what's working and where we need to improve. People may never hear the term ASCC strategic plan, but they will experience its impact in safer communities, stronger support systems, and better opportunities for work and growth.
From governments to communities, business to civil society, every voice matters. Together, we can ensure a region where no one is left behind. Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategic plan, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community reinforces its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-centered ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and drive the changing future.
The ASCC Strategic Plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC Strategic Plan reinforces the growing need for advanced human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominate focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC Strategic Plan.
The ASCC Strategic Plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
What I would like to tell people is we should change. Now the direction of taking care of people change from treatment to be prevention and promotion. Change from facility-based to be community and home-based care.
To keep track of progress, we use the ASCC database for monitoring and evaluation. This system collects data and reports across all countries and sectors, so we know what's working and where we need to improve. People may never hear the term ASCC strategic plan, but they will experience its impact in safer communities, stronger support systems, and better opportunities for work and growth.
From governments to communities, business to civil society, every voice matters. Together, we can ensure a region where no one is left behind. Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC strategy plan, the ASEAN Social Culture Community reinforced its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-central ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC strategic plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and drive the changing future.
The ASCC strategic plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social cultural development, the ASCC strategic plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities. Development is more than progress in numbers. It is about people, their well-being, and their potential. In ASEAN, true progress begins in putting people first. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC strategic plan envisions a community that is people-centered, inclusive, and resilient, where shared identity and collective strength move us forward.
The ad hoc working group was formulated based on the high-level task force structure, where all countries in ASEAN nominate focal point representatives, and together, working under the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we developed the ASCC strategic plan.
The ASCC strategic plan reflects key megatrends such as aging societies, digital transformation, disasters, climate change, and emerging diseases. Issues that shape the daily lives of every ASEAN citizen. Over 5 months, the ad hoc working group engaged a wide range of stakeholders to ensure the plan aligns with ASEAN priorities and the lived realities of the people.
Over 10 consultation meetings have been held, which were attended by ASEAN dialogue partners, as well as sectoral dialogue development partners, international organizations, and other relevant sectors. The value of the consultations lies not only in the document produced, but in the relationships and trust built, and in the collective aspiration to serve a more inclusive, resilient, and cohesive ASEAN.
The ASCC survey collected insights from over 4,700 respondents, capturing the aspirations, hopes, and people's voice across the region. Realizing the ASCC strategic plan cannot happen in isolation. It requires collaboration.
The work that we do in AHA Center coincides very nicely with the vision of building a more people-centric and resilient ASEAN. We are moving away from a government-centric approach to a whole of community approach, focusing a lot more on the people. This all-encompassing approach is important as you bring all the stakeholders together.
We, as the young people, are the active partners right now. We drive the digital transformations by creating tech solutions that make services accessible, ensuring the ASCC policies truly works to narrow development gaps and improve lives across the region.
The core goal of AsiaDRA is the empowerment of rural people's organization. And we have seen the growth of the farmers' organizations that we have worked with, from being at the entrepreneurial to having flagship businesses.
At 15:30, so we will have 15 minutes coffee break. And for information, please enjoy the coffee break outside Nusantara Hall because food and colored drinks are not allowed inside. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to inform that we have 10 minutes addition, so you can still enjoy your coffee break until 3:40 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a right now? Right now, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, because there is a time adjustment, so we will start the plenary session right now. So may I kindly invite everyone who still enjoy their coffee break to get in the room and take your seats because we will proceed to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope the breakout session were engaging and insightful, and I hope you already have a good coffee break. Right now, because the presenter from the participant joining offline is no longer here, so we would like to invite the presenter, or we should call them the chosen one from the group 4 joining online to give presentation on their key takeaways from their discussion. So, from the representative from group 4, the floor is yours.
National plans, because that is the only way that the ASEAN strategic plans can be implemented in the AMS. So the national plans, of course, each plan would have its project list, activity, projects, output, outcomes, and impacts. So we would think that also in accordance with the ASCC's own monitoring and evaluation framework, the projects that are going to be listed there that are in conjunction with the ASCC strategic plans should also have identified projects or activities, outputs, outcomes, and impacts. And of course, no plan will get off the ground without the accompanying budget. So the plans should also have the corresponding budgetary needs, which can be financed by each member state's government. Okay, and then we said that there should be partnerships within each AMS, and not only policymakers should be made aware of the plans, but they should cascade down to the local governments and the communities, including cultural organizations, communities, and other stakeholders that are outside of government. So it's really a whole of society planning or implementation of the ASCC, and that there should be research and data from research organizations and think tanks that can support the implementation, monitoring, and development of these ASCC plans in each member state. So what are some of the mechanisms that we have seen that are important to strengthen the plans that will incorporate the ASCC plans? We said that there should be specific national strategic objectives in the national plans that are in accordance with or similar to or incorporate the ASCC's own strategic objectives. And again, repeat the importance of partnerships, the involvement of communities in this planning process of following the people-oriented goal or vision of the ASEAN. There should be joint task forces. So it's like if we have cross-pillar in the ASEAN, there should be cross-ministerial or maybe joint efforts between the executive and the legislative branches to ensure that executive plans are implemented and made stronger by legislative, by laws, issuances, and other such enforceable instruments. And we said that because we are now also going through the digital platform, and that many people in our societies are already interacting with the digital platform, that the guidelines and frameworks that we produce should be communicated through these digital platforms in appropriate manner that will be communicated to different sectors, appropriate for the youth, for those with disability, for policy researchers, and so forth. And also very importantly, since we are talking about ASEAN, then there could be exchange visits within the ASEAN or across ASEAN member states to see how we are doing in the implementation of the strategic measures and to share best practices and highlight the, uh, the factors that we see have worked for each of us. So in line with this, some of the key enabling factors would be, as we said earlier, the having bylaws or laws, acts of accountability of officers on the ground, the frontliners, as well as the policymakers, continuing capacity building, provision of technical support for more technically inclined or technically um, that in projects of technical nature, like they say, climate change and protection of women's rights or something like that. And then you should have financing again. And if the financing of local government or national governments would not suffice, then we can seek partnerships with the private sector and our development partners. Can you bring it up, please? Cannot see the next ones. I cannot see the next ones after capacity building. Secretariat, can you please bring up the slides? Hello? I cannot see it anymore. Capacity building. Okay. Institutional and mandate clarity. Okay, there should be clear mandate to implement. Of course, this has to come from the authorities or the state or the executive to implement, review, and request updates on the progress of implementation. Just as we do with the SDGs, there should be special committees or task forces given the task, the work to be sure that there is accountability in incorporating the ASCC plans in the national plans. And so that will imply there is a championship from the higher levels or commitment and also from the different sectoral bodies, meaning in government and the different sectors outside of government, NGOs, academe, etc. But there are also hindering factors that we recognize. Okay, it disappeared. Okay, the key hindering factors, all right, if there's no budget, then there can be, or little budget, not enough, then we can only expect some of these strategic plans to be implemented. It depends on how much government will be willing to commit. A lack of knowledge, that's why we say capacity building, technical knowledge are important. So it is this lack of knowledge of how to implement, on how to measure and evaluate would be hindering factors in having the strategic plan succeed. And we will have, ASEAN will have to negotiate with government, partners, political actors, and the enforcement officers on how to walk the talk, including those who are in government and are helping us to implement this strategic plan. So we need to really have a lot of coordinated work, cooperation between and among different stakeholders. So that is really a key hindering factor if there is no coordination, no exchange of information, working in silos, really that will hinder the success. And then so we need to be able to integrate again the strategic plan, recommend okay, what else? So recommended actions would be to develop the partnerships, channel by channel, government consultation, social media, channel the communications through different sectors, increase public awareness and stakeholder engagement on these different plans, and integrate it into the national plans and budget process. Those are the recommended actions that we have. And the one key recommendation for the mainstream to work, can you please? Is that the only one? Make sure that the plan is reflected in the projects that are felt on the ground and in the communities of action and not just on paper. So make sure that they're really implemented and have impacts on the lives of people in our AMS communities. That's all for our group. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amar, for representing the Group 4 and delivered recommendation and etc. I know all of you are curious with the key takeaways from each group here. So it's okay because after this, we would like to invite Ms. Sarah Abdullah, Ad hoc Working Group Co-Chair Singapore, to deliver the synthesis from today's breakup session, as well as to deliver the closing remarks. Distinguished co-chairs, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Okay, I hope you can see me, because, you know, I am very tall. The room suddenly emptied out. It's amazing. I love it. And I've been told just literally like 2 minutes ago that ASEAN Secretariat is asking me to synthesize all of our discussions in the afternoon after lunch. Thank you. I needed that because there are some of us who need to rush off to the airport. So I'm going to try and make this as quick as possible, but I ask for your indulgence because I am literally seeing this 2 minutes ago. So it's new to me as it is to you. 5 minutes, Jen says. Oh, wow. Yay. Okay. But I think the larger point, I think, is that I hope more than anything else, you had very vibrant discussions in your 3 or 4 big groups, because my group certainly did. If I were to blow my own horn, it was nothing to do with me, but that we had, maybe because it was a big group and it was well represented by quite a few member states and different aspects of the work that we do in the ASEAN community, different stakeholders, but the discussions were quite varied and quite vibrant. And I would like to think that it's because we started from a point of asking what the challenges are from our perspective at the national level in mainstreaming the ASEAN strategic vision. Because if you look at the slides that have been put together on screen today, which is an attempt at synthesizing the conversations today, you will realize that all of these very big picture, what do they call it? Isms, right? What are these big picture ideas are all things we know already. What are the issues? There's lack of resources. What are the needs? We need to coordinate fully and frankly with all of the stakeholders. We know all of these things. But I imagine that within your groups, these big picture ideas had meat and had flesh and had meaning. That is the biggest, I think, hope that we can have as we walk away from this 3 very long days of wonderful discussions. But if we were to just sort of go through very quickly the slides that ASEC has prepared, I think these were sort of starting discussion points that we had in our various groups, that these are the large starting points to think about when you're mainstreaming, when we're talking about mainstreaming the strategic plan, the ASEAN strategic plan, into our national and local agendas. One, embedding of priorities, harmonization of the plan into national and local initiatives, having sound communication. I think this was talked about quite a bit yesterday. At the strategic level, how do we communicate the ideals, the priorities, and the objectives? In my group, we talked about not only communicating it from policy into action and meaning, but also literally translating all of these things to make it make sense for our local communities. Because I know, aside from, say, Singapore, we have other languages other than working languages. And if you're talking about mainstreaming these agenda, the ASEAN agenda that is all in English, expressed in English, thought about in English, what does it mean when you localize it, right? What does it mean when you go into a village in Laos and then try to explain that to a person on the street, a man on the street? It has to be translated literally into Laotian. So these are the issues that we want to think about, communication of the plans at local and national levels. And then there's partnerships and cooperation. What kind of partnerships do we have to sort of put together? And I think just taking a leaf from the conversations we had in my group, Timor-Leste had asked, what does it mean when you sort of make sure that your private sector is more fully immersed in the national agenda and therein the regional agenda? And then there's other things like involving your Track 2 partners, your research organizations, your NGOs and things like that. How can you get those people involved? Because they are also part of the community. And lastly, co-creation with stakeholders. Okay, if you look at the next slide, enabling mechanisms to support mainstreaming the strategic plan. So there's 6 points here. I think we talked about, all of us generally talked about, for the past 3 days actually, financing, ensuring sustainable financing. And I think in my group we talked also about cost effectiveness. So yes, you can have a lot of money, you can have money for many different kinds of projects, but at the end of the day, how can we ensure that the money that is spent wisely and in a cost-effective way? Are we doing the correct M&E at a national level, also on top of what ASEAN Secretariat is helping us do at the regional level? Are we saying that the 2 million, or rather the $200,000 we've spent the last 3 days bringing us all together has been spent wisely? Because we are all, each of us, going to go home and take back all of these lessons learned and apply it in our policy making and our nation building effort. So cost effectiveness of the projects and the initiatives that we spend so much money on as a region, and we do spend a lot of money, those things need to be reckoned with also as we look ahead into the future. Regular communication and updating, that's for sure. How are we reporting back all of these things that we do? And the question that was asked is, how often is the review supposed to be? So if we look at our experience in the 2015 to 2025 agenda, we had a midterm review, midway through the 10 years. And then we're supposed to have an end-term review, which we're still reviewing in the last couple of months. But those, I think, are the big touch points for the strategic vision. What does it mean for your country? When are you doing the reviews for your country? I think that's also a significant, and when are those reviews done? Are you dovetailing it to the regional agenda and regional outcomes? Are those efforts and endeavors being put into place? Then there's the issue of human resource empowerment. In my group, we talked about how all of us, at least from a ministry or from a government agency standpoint, we're always saying not enough people, not enough resources, not enough staff. That refrain is going to be all the more significant in this new strategic vision, because the depth and the breadth of the new strategic vision that we're looking at, or strategic plan, is that much more, right? What we've been doing for the last 10 years is A to, I don't know, A to M. The next breadth, the next 10 years is A to Z. So from a very literal standpoint, the fear always is, we already said we didn't have enough people in our agencies working on ASEAN. How is it going to look like into the future? Some of us in our ministries don't even have ASEAN desks. Right? We just have somebody working in international relations looking into ASEAN issues. And that same person gets sent to all these ASEAN meetings. I'm completely speaking about an hypothetical situation. That's not Singapore's situation at all. But that's a reality for many of us, I know. However, and as I had reminded my group, actually, the commitment is that every ministry and government agency has an ASEAN desk. A desk meaning a group of people. Are we ensuring that that is the case for all of our agencies across the country and across the region? Because that's going to be important in terms of human resource empowerment. Regional institutions and centers, are we getting our different regional institutions and centers set up and clued into the conversation? One of the things that we would say in Singapore is that we have the Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, and I know all of you have one that forms the network of Institute of Southeast Asian Studies. It would be either in your Ministry of Foreign Affairs program, capacity building program or whatever, a training program, or it could be in one of your national universities. So there is one in your country. Are you getting them involved in the conversation for your ASEAN agenda, mainstreaming the ASEAN agenda in your country? Because it's about getting all stakeholders involved. And then, of course, forming strong networks and partnership, not just at the national level, but across the region. There are organizations and CSOs that exist to do purely ASEAN work. Are we talking to them? All right, second last slide. These were some of the challenges, so they are like the flip side of the nexus that I discussed just now. Lack of resources, lack of institutional support, limited awareness of ASEAN. It is actually quite a sobering reality that even after, what is it, it's going to be 60 years of us, 65 years of ASEAN next year, right, Gerald? 65th anniversary, is it? Something? But after so many years, so many decades, how are we still talking about ASEAN identity and mainstreaming ASEAN identity? Because the reality is, not everybody in our countries know what ASEAN is. Maybe Timor-Leste can step out of this conversation, because I would imagine everybody in their country knows at least about ASEAN, because their reality for ASEAN is so recent, is current, is right now, right? But for the rest of us who formed ASEAN from the very beginning, I am quite confident in saying that many of our children do not know what ASEAN is. Don't even know what the acronym stands for and what does it mean. And yet here we are sitting in our rooms talking about mainstreaming an ASEAN agenda at the national level. So it's a bit like, you know, are we moving ourselves into an ivory tower and making ourselves irrelevant? So before that happens, we have to think about contextualizing this whole ASEAN agenda for our country, for our villages, for our indigenous folks, for our rural communities, for our governments even, for our private sectors. These are the things that need to happen if they haven't already, right? Contextualizing ASEAN for the benefit of everybody. Because if it's a national agenda, we all need to know what we're talking about. I would say it is actually quite even more a scary reality that many a times even our government folks don't know what ASEAN is about. So I sit in the Ministry of Social and Family Development, yes, but I only do the international relations part of the ministry. So I don't know the policies of the ministry. But my unenviable role or task is translating all of these ASEAN ideas to all these policymakers who only know to talk about infant mortality rate, women empowerment, early childhood education. And they come to me and say, what do you want us to talk about ASEAN? What is ASEAN? So even our government officials sometimes don't know what ASEAN is about. And yet we are asking them to dovetail their agenda, their national agenda, with a regional one. What does that mean, right? So these are things that we need to think about. And of course, the perennial problem of lack of data. All of us have lack of data. Sometimes I think, what do we need all this data for? But anyway, last slide. Next steps and way forward. Then the next steps is there. And I've been told that I have to announce that we will We will do the mainstreaming of the ASCC strategic plan will be added as an agenda item. So our discussions today will be added as an agenda item in the upcoming SOCCOM meeting that is in August, in next month actually, in August, in Manila. So all of our discussions today, if you feel like you haven't had your say or you haven't had enough of hearing my beautiful voice, you can have a repeat. I have to humor myself, so sorry. You can have a repeat session in August at SOCCOM, because it will be one of the agenda items. So here, way forward, consolidation and refinement of all the discussion points that we've had, an ad-ref review of the AHWG's work, And then all of that review will be put together in a submission to SOCA for consideration of the SOCA to then report it back to the ministers, I would imagine, because the SOCA has to do that, right? And then circulation of the mainstreaming framework for the ASCC strategic plan thereafter. So all of these things, all these 4 things has to happen before summit, before ASCC Council. Good luck, Philippines. Bye-bye. Okay? So, Jen, am I good? I did? Okay, very good. Now we can move on to my favorite part and your favorite part too, which is my closing remarks. And then you get to go home. Lovely. Okay. Switch roles. Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends, thank you very much for staying till the end of this very long week. And as we draw this regional forum to a close, I just want to take a moment to reflect on the richness of our discussions that we've had over the course of the last few days, and for some of us, the last week. We came together as a diverse community of stakeholders, including ASEAN centers and entities, planning agencies, government ministries, and civil society organizations, each bringing different perspectives, contexts, and lived experiences. And yet, what has struck me most is how much common ground we share. Across our differences, we are united by a genuine commitment to building a region that is inclusive, resilient, and people-centered. The conversations today have reminded us that mainstreaming is not a technical exercise meant only for our technocrats and policymakers. It is fundamentally a human exercise, a human endeavor, a human discussion. It requires trust between institutions, honest dialogue about what is working and what isn't, and the willingness to learn from one another, not only within our countries, but across borders. The launch of the Compendium of ASCC Stakeholder Insights marks an important milestone, not as an endpoint, but as a foundation. The insights captured within it represent the voices of many who care deeply about the direction of our region's social and cultural development. It is now a collective responsibility to carry those insights forward into concrete action. The mainstreaming roadmap we have begun to shape today will only be as strong as the partnerships that sustain it. I encourage each of us to return to our respective institutions and communities with renewed energy and vigor and a clearer sense of how we can contribute to this shared agenda. The road ahead is not going to be easy, but it will be meaningful, trust me. And it is work that none of us needs to do alone. Thank you all for your participation the last 3 days and the last 5 days for many of us here. Your openness, your frankness, your honesty, your commitment to the ASCC strategic plan, and your friendship. See you, I hear, very soon, apparently, at the next thing that ASEC will organize. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ad hoc Working Group co-chairs, for kindly presenting the synthesis on such short notice and for your thoughtful closing remarks. Your contribution is greatly appreciated. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Ms. Sarah another well-deserved round of applause. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this marked the conclusion of the second regional forum on the ASCC strategic plan, mainstreaming the ASCC strategic plan into regional, national, and local development plans. On behalf of the organizer, we extend our heartfelt appreciation to all speakers, moderators, rapporteurs, delegates, ASEAN partners, civil society representatives, think tanks, and participants joining us in person and online. Over the past 3 days, we have shared valuable reflections, exchanged ideas, explored how regional aspiration can be translated into a meaningful national and local action. And more importantly, we have been reminded that the ASCC strategic plan is not only a regional document, but a shared responsibility across institutions, sectors, and communities. As we conclude this forum, we hope everyone lives with new insights, stronger connection, and renewed commitment to build a people-centered, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable ASEAN community. Thank you and have a pleasant day ahead.
Recording stopped.